Well, hello my little beauties, and welcome to this special live stream. I don't usually live stream on a Sunday, but I never finished what I was doing yesterday really, so I thought I would do this one today. And for anyone who's coming in cold, we are building a RESTful API manager, and this is what we made yesterday. Now this is going to be for the Trongate framework. Those of you who use Trongate will be familiar with this. We do have a best-in-class API manager. But yesterday I rebuilt pretty much all of this HTML that you can see here. And today our goal is to bring this to life. And we want to build something that's a little bit like the type of thing that you've maybe seen before. For example, I had a YouTube series out about 5 years ago, in fact. Let me just see if I can find this. Hold on a second here. It was on a technology by the name of Loopback, you know. And in fact, I actually based the Trongate API manager on Loopback because I was quite impressed with it. Unfortunately, I deleted about 300 video tutorials that I made because I felt as if I could do a better job, you know. And you can see here my Loopback series. It starts at video... Hold on, is somebody... Yeah, we start at video 11, so I deleted the first 10. It's just the way it goes, you know. But in any event, let's see if we can find something that could potentially be useful. Now that's some CloudFront stuff. And... okay, let's... what I'm trying to do here is just get a kind of visual representation for what I'm looking for here. Alright, here we go. So this kind of idea here, do you see this? This is an old video of mine. So here we go. Now what's happening here? I think we're doing a GET request. Yep, you can see it says curl get and all of that stuff. And what else are we doing? We've got parameters. Ah, there you go. So do you see the parameters? And so we've got a parameter, a value, and a description. That's right. Okay, so it's going to be something like that. Now another thing that it's going to be quite like as well is Postman, which is probably the industry leader. And it's Ahoy! Ahoy to Gear! How on earth are you doing, Gear? Very nice to see you, very nice to see you. Yeah. Oh, you see nothing. Thank you. Okay, I appreciate you telling me. I apologise for that. Alright, here we go again. Oh, Jiminy. Right, let me show you. So this is what we made. I'll bring it up. I do apologise and thank heavens for the chat. Alright, I'll start again. So we're building a RESTful API manager. Those of you who are familiar with my work or the Trongate framework will know what that is. It's a tool or platform that enables developers to design, deploy and develop RESTful APIs. Can you see the screen now? And it's ahoy to Stefan, ahoy to Nick M as well. It's been a while. How are you folks doing? Nice to see you. Welcome, welcome. Anyway, I'll just start again and I apologise for that. So it's a RESTful API manager. It's used to, thank you so much. Yeah, it's used to interact with API endpoints. You may have seen this type of thing before. And in fact, this is a complete rewrite of the one that we've got on the Trongate framework. Yesterday I took the time, and I just figured that it was worth redoing this because, well, although it works, it's non-standard. You see, originally when I made the Trongate framework, it was a private project, and I never had any intention of releasing it into the wild and making it open source. It was only for me, you know. So I basically made up my own rules about how these things should work, and that was a bad idea. Now, a lot of the things that we did, I got right. I was right about the way to handle post requests. In fact, most of this we got it right first time. But there's a couple of things that we did not get right. And in fact, I'll show you what they are before we go further, just in case anybody's wondering, well, why on earth are we here doing this, you know? Well, I'll show you. If I go to this site here, let me just see if I can bring this up. Okay, so this is the one that most people have got. Now, if I bypass authorization and then hit submit, you can see, okay, we've no records at this stage. But here's the thing, right? If I go like this, let's say get where, I don't know, let's say ID is 3 or something like that. We get these URLs here. Now, I think that one's okay. But if we get something like, let's say name is David Connolly or something like that, and if I hit submit, now have a look at that URL. I'm not entirely sure if that's right, or if I say if ID is less than 3, let's say, all of this type of stuff, or if I say that the name is, let's just say, rock and roll, submit, and just look at this URL structure here. I don't know if you can see it, but whatever is going on there, and I'll just bring it up. But this is what the Trongate framework does, and it's translating the URL into this craziness, you know? And that was all just stuff that I made up. I mean, just look at it. This is not standard, you know? So if you compare that to something like Postman, which is, in fact, a market leader, and suppose I say where name has a value of, now I'll do rock underscore and roll. It does it in the correct format is what I'm trying to say, you know? Like this. Do you see how the URL up here has been nicely formatted? So that's pretty much what we're trying to do. We're trying to do it in a standardized type of way. Now, if I'm successful in this, most people will not even notice the difference. Trongate is a framework of stability. All of this is going to be open source, of course. You'll be able to download this. But in the case of Trongate, and we do have a GitHub star, it's a good day. We're one up since yesterday. That's great. In any event, everything we're going to do here will be on Trongate. The primary or the top priority for Trongate is stability. I don't want to break stuff, you know. But nevertheless, I think it's entirely reasonable to speculate that maybe 90% of JavaScript type developers who use Trongate would be doing so for the API Explorer. And they're going to have an expectation that this follows the industry standards, which it does not, you know what I mean? So that's what we're going to fix. Now you can see as well that if I click on, this is the current one. No, actually that's the one that we did yesterday. Do you see how the modal pops out from the top of the screen? Okay. All of that I wrote yesterday. I wrote all of this. Whereas the one that everyone else has got, if I click it, you'll see that it zooms in. So this is one of the ways that you can tell the difference. So that's the old, this is the old, it zooms in, and the new comes in from the top. Also, if you look at the original one, the code is horrendous. Have a look at this code. This, and it just gets worse and worse, by the way. This is actually using a third-party library. It's using W3CSS, which I totally forgot about. And if you have a look, the CSS is horrible. The JavaScript's even worse. Have a look at this. All of the variable names and everything are meaningless, and it's just a nightmare. I don't know what I was thinking of. Well, the new one is not going to be like that. The new one, well, what's it going to be like? It's a legitimate question. I don't even know. Let's have a look here. If we go to open recent, here we go. So if you look at the new, check it out. Watch how the code is nice. Watch how the code is nice. Now, where on earth are we here? It's on It's on API Explorer. There you go. So it's inside engine views. It's right here, API Explorer. Now this is the new one. Got a wee bit there just to help me out, but have a look and you'll see that it's quite simple, this one. I mean, we're almost done with the HTML. See? I've got some styling that I've just added directly onto the page for speed here, but it's all nicely spaced out at least. And as for the JavaScript, I haven't really started it yet, but you can see that I'm doing my best here to try and make it a bit clearer, and I'm giving them meaningful variable names, you know. So that's what we're doing, and I hope that makes some kind of a sense to you, right? So yesterday we made this, and it's all on YouTube. It's about a 7.5 hour live stream actually, and all of this was made, but none of it actually does anything, if I'm being honest. Today we're going to bring it to life, and I'm going to try and do it in about 6 hours time, which is not too bad. That is not too bad, considering most frameworks don't even have something like this, okay? So, shall we dance? Oh people, do you hear me? Shall we dance? Alright, let me get a swig of black coffee then, and we will get going here. For some reason I'm kind of out of breath today, so I apologise if I keep on breathing. Maybe I'll need to stick some music on. Anyway. Alright. Now, I was saying that I was going to use ChatGPT for this. And I am. And you can see that I've been talking about this, as well as clarifying where the apostrophe in the phrase women's sports goes. Obviously been arguing on Twitter like an idiot. Anyway, so I've asked it what is a RESTful API manager, right? Now I'm going to ask ChatGPT, and we'll just try and get it walking through this, right? So we'll say now, what are some examples of popular API managers? So let's just take it from there, okay? And here we go. So it's going to say there are several popular. Here are some examples. Amazon API, Cloud Endpoints. I'm really hoping it says Postman, or I'm in trouble. Oh no, I hoped it would say Postman. Ah, what about... Okay, let's have a vote in the room actually. We're going to have a wee vote in the room here. Let's do this. So the first poll of the day, it's a collaboration, folks. You can shape the web development revolution. So the question is, should we focus, or should we, what's the word? Should we role model loopback / Postman, or one or more of GPT's, and I know there's no, well, GPT's suggestions. If you don't, let's go with Loopback Postman, because we know it. I know Loopback and Postman, right? Go with GPT suggestions. Now, before I ask my poll, or before I launch it, let me clarify what the question is. I thought it was going to say that examples of API managers are Loopback, the thing I just showed you, or Postman. It hasn't given those. So I'm asking you, should we role model, meaning should we be influenced by Loopback and Postman, or should we look at GPT's suggestion? Let's ask the community. And do let me know what you think. Now, just to avoid any disappointment, it is going to look like the thing that we've already got. So we're not really talking about dramatic changes to the front end here. We're talking about sort of like the functionality side of things, you know? Okay, so I can see that the votes are coming in. Well, the vote. Maybe I should wait a wee minute. You know what? I think I'll play my guitar while you vote. How about that? We'll have a wee half-minute interlude. Where's my guitar? All right. Alright, well, we got a few votes there. That actually looks like a landslide. So, you have... Thank you very much. You have spoken. And I can hear you. Thank you very much indeed, folks. So, so far we've got 100% saying look back postman. That's awesome. So that saves me from having to look up those other things. Thank you, folks. Little round of applause for you there. Okay, now I'm not even going to get too entrenched in look back and postman and all of that, because the part that we need is pretty much in front of us here. The idea is that when we're doing a GET request, okay, at the moment we have a situation that lets people add in JSON stuff like this. You know, you get the idea, right? But this is not a good idea. It's just not a bad way, it's just not a good way to represent GET data. A much better way is to have a sort of params builder thing, a wee bit like this thing down here. Do you see it? If I just zoom you in, look closely. So do you see how it says parameters, and we've got name, value, and so on, you know? Okay? So something like that, you know? Alright. Oh, actually, let me show you the postman one. The postman one does this. So you can see they've not said name value, they've said key value. Now we could, I got a funny feeling we should say column value. In fact, shall we have another vote? Shall we have another vote? We've got parameter value. That's right, so parameter value, key value. Let's have a vote. Second vote, folks. Okay, here we go. So the second vote is when adding values for GET requests, refer to them as... So let's get the options here. Now, look back goes with parameter value. We'll do a few, right? So that's parameter. Why does that not look right? Oh, pardon me, what planet am I on? I was thinking of perimeter. Param. I've been watching too much, what's that Star Wars movie? Around a perimeter create. Alright, parameter. Thank you very much, DC. Wake up. Don't worry, the black coffee will kick in soon. So, parameter value. That's what they call it there. Then we're going to have key value. Now, by the way, parameter value is like look back. Key value is, well, I suppose it doesn't matter what they're like, but let's just say we said something like that, or my own preference, something like column value. I think that's about it. So let's ask that one and see what you think. Now, I do have an opinion on this, but I'll respect the result of the vote and I'll tell you my opinion after you've voted, okay? Now, what we're referring to here is a situation whereby you're going to be able to add values, kind of like the thing you've got here, and then submit them, you know? Okay. Alright, we have one vote in. Maybe I should play my guitar for another half minute here. So we're asking you to vote on What the thing should be called? Excuse me. Alright. Whoops. Alright. So, we're not getting too many votes here. Okay, so we've got, it's funny how if I put loop back up, we get votes for that type, and if I put that up, we get votes for that type. We'll have one more vote, I think. Maybe? Okay, maybe not. Right, I will respect the result of the vote then. So it's going to be key value. Now, just so you know, oh, there you go. Thank you, whoever that was. I appreciate it. Now, I would have chosen column value, by the way. That would have been my own choice. But I said that I would respect the result of the vote, and I shall. So, we're going to have column value, but we're not going to have description here. We just don't need it. But what we are going to have is a thing that's called the operator. Now, the operator is something like equals or something like that, and I just need to make sure that I have that word right. So define operator in programming. Alright, let me just make sure I'm absolutely right about that. What is an operator? Maybe it's not. Maybe it's not. Oh, hang on. Plus, that. Standard operators equal, not equal. Yeah, that's relational operators. They're widely used. A comparison operator. Blah, 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 blah. Okay, so they are called operators, right? And that's the ones that we're going to have. Okay, cool. So, what we're going to do now then, folks, and thank you so much for taking part in this. We don't really need ChatGPT at this stage, because we're going to do a wee bit of HTML first of all. And it's going to be on this thing here, right? Now, I'll bring up the console. Okay, so we'll keep a wee eye on this thing here. Maybe I'll even swing it over to the left-hand side. I'm seeing an error, which is a slight irritation, I have to tell you. 2 errors. Where are they? Hard reload. Alright, well, whatever it was, I think we're alright. Okay, cool. So, we'll swing this thing over to the left-hand side, I think. Alright, that should do the trick. I'll make it a wee bit smaller. Alright, that's pretty cool. Now, I'm going to get rid of all of the console logs that we've got on this thing, because they don't really help us any much here. So, you know what? Maybe just comment that one out. Maybe we'll just comment that one out. Any more? Maybe these ones as well. Okay, just getting rid of the console.logs so that we've kind of got a fresh start here. And I think that's us, right? So here we go, there's our page, everything looks beautiful, and there we are. Now, if we go to the event listener here, if you're doing a post request, let's say, and you want to get where name is John, it's perfectly reasonable. I have no idea where that's... Oh, do you know what it is? That is a Chrome extension interfering with this page. So let's switch off the Chrome extensions before we go any further. Do you know what? That's what was causing the error there. I'm absolutely sure of it. So here we go again. Right, perfect. So if you're doing a post request, right, and you want to do a post request where name, let's say, is John, okay, this is a perfectly acceptable way to define your parameters, you know. Name is John and age, whatever, right? That's all perfectly fine and acceptable. However, if... let me think about what I'm saying here. If we're doing a GET request like this, this is not, I repeat, not an acceptable way to define your parameters. So here's what we're going to do. Okay, so you can see that when the page loads, what this is doing is we have an array of all of the endpoints here. This has been passed in from PHP, and PHP knows that this particular database table has got all of these endpoints, right? So, I'm so out of breath. Hang on. What is up with me? Alright. So anyway, we've got a bunch of endpoints. Now, what we're doing down here, this is where the action kicks off, right? And it says, look, when the page is loaded, let's loop through the parameter builder buttons and then the default modal buttons. Now, what in the name of Sam's Hill are they? Well, the answer comes when I show you this open params builder thing. So I'm going to go here and I'm just going to alert rock, okay, and then I'll just say return. So what happens is the following. If I click on post or get from post, it opens up, no problems there. Same goes with here, find one. Okay, all of these open up. Same goes with the put request and the delete, they're all opening up. But if I go to one like this, you'll see that it alerts rock. And in fact, there's only two that will cause that. One is the get and one is the count, okay? And the reason why they both do that is because they are not the kind of fields where we add parameters like this. They are going to require that special parameters builder thing that I was telling you about, you know? So, let's see if we can bring this one to life. Now, what we could do is we could say, okay, let's suppose we go to this, a big old page, this. Right, let's suppose we go to the first text area, right? Here it is right here, okay? And this div here, this div is going to be called JSON parameters. Let's call it that, right? So ID is JSON parameters. I'm having a problem with that word today, right? But we'll call that JSON parameters. Pretty cool, pretty cool. Now, suppose we have another one here, div, and we'll give this one an ID of, I'll tell you what, let's call it parameters builder JSON, and this one we'll call it, actually let's call it params builder JSON and params builder form. Okay, so I'm just going to write special form for adding params, and I'm also going to go up here and I'm going to say style equals display type of none. we never want the two of these appearing at the same time, okay? So now we're going to go to the land of JavaScript downstairs. So here's our JavaScript, starts around about 4:15. And I'm going to add in a couple of constants. I'm going to say const, and we'll say params builder form. Now that is going to be defined as document get element by ID params params builder form. There you go. And then we're going to have params builder JSON. There we go. Now that is going to be params builder JSON, like that, okay? So we've now defined these two elements. And when we open the params builder, what we're going to do is we're going to say params builder form dot style dot display equals, let's say, blocked. And for params builder JSON, we're going to say dot style dot display equals none. And then we set the endpoint, and then we're just going to open up that modal thing. Now when we do a normal default modal, in that instance we're going to do it the other way around. So the form is going to have a display type of none, and the normal JSON thing, which also is a form now that I come to think of it, but that's going to have a display type of block. Now params builder, or let's just have a closer look at this, because I just realized something. We actually don't even need to have this in here. We just don't need it, because this is part of a modal and it's going to be hidden anyway. So I'm going to refresh, right? Now check this out. There's our normal form. As you can see, it looks fine, right? But when we hit this one, oh, you miserable thing. Well, maybe sometimes the magic works, sometimes it doesn't. Let's have a look here. So we're around about 4:15. Now, when we open this thing, okay. It's almost as if it never even get invoked, you know? Right, so we're saying yes. Okay, so let's have a look and see why, oh why is this thing not playing ball here? Let's have a look. So that's params builder JSON. I think I must have got something mixed up. Forgive me, folks. Hold on. Oh, I did. I got them. You know, I think this is confusing. I'm going to call this params builder special, because it's kind of special, right? So let's go with params builder. So params builder form is actually going to be params builder special. Then we'll rename this thing. Alright, now is that going to work? Place your bets. Here we go. Not a bit. Not even close. Okay, well, in that case, let's try something else. Let's try params builder special dot style dot background color is red. Let's try that. Nothing. Nothing. Okay. Oh, do you know what it is? I've realised what it is. This is calling open modal default. Did any of you see that? So this is setting the stuff, then it's calling open modal default or modal default. And when it gets to open modal default, it runs this again so that effectively the thing gets ignored. Do you know what I mean? So what we have to do then is take on me. What are we going to do here? Yeah, let's take this thing out of here. And we'll just say function open, and we'll call it test endpoint modal. That's what we're going to call it, right? So this is going to have this vibe going on here. And now one moment. Yeah, that should work. So if we now go in here and call open test modal around about here, and then we'll do it here as well. So now we're going to refresh. This should work. There's your special one. And there's still your special one. What a miserable downer. Right, hold on. Open test endpoint modal. So that takes us there. Right, so let me change this color. We'll change this to cyan. Oh gee, I have a thing on my wrist here that stopped me from... I've got a splint on my wrist, so I apologise if I seem a bit slow. Okay, so console.log opening default vibe. Opening default vibe. Okay. Hey, Kyle is here. How on earth are you doing, Kyle? Welcome, welcome. Very nice to see you, man. I hope you're doing well. Yeah, so I'm going to try and see if I can finish this thing today. So, opening special vibe. Opening default vibe. Now, why, oh why, is the default vibe not opening? Oh, jeez, man, it's so miserable. What are we gonna do? You know, isn't it a drag when stuff like that happens? I'm going to try and debug it by chucking in a little set timeout. And we'll wait 2 seconds until this stuff happens, okay? So let's do that. If this doesn't work, you may just hear me crying like a baby. So 1, 2, come on. Apparently not. Let's try this one. It's going to be one of those days, folks. Alright, here we go again. Boom, and nothing happened. Alright, so I'll tell you what we'll do. Let's just make absolute sure that it has this stuff, if that's okay. So I'm going to console.log that dot outer HTML. It's behaving as if it doesn't know what the element is. So here we go again. Keeping an eye on top left, boom, and we do have our params builder special right there. So the params builder special dot style, let me just try something else, dot background color is pink. Like, I have to get something out of this, you know what I mean? And it's just not doing it. How strange is that? Params builder special. It's not even giving it a background color or anything. That is the weirdest thing ever. Alright, let's try params builder special dot style dot opacity. There we go. This is going to work. This is going to work. So here we go. Okay, I guess it's going to be one of those days. Alright, well, I tell you what. Let me take this stupid thing off of my wrist so that I can type. And let's try this again. Right, okay, first thing is, I'll get this out of the way, okay? Here we go. Maybe chuck this here. Okay, so I'm gonna just say BS and BS. Okay, here we go then. So we'll start up with the, I think I'll start with the default one, right? So we're gonna simply say something like this: open modal default console.log. Let's just say default vibe ahoy, and the button ID is something like that. Alright, so that's all we're looking for here. So here we go. If you look on the top left, you can see that it says default vibe ahoy and blah 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 blah. Now the next thing that we've got here is we want to open the test endpoint modal. Now what is this doing here? Well, you can see that it's calling an open modal thing. And then, well, in fact, if I even was to just say open modal and then chuck in test endpoint modal, you'll see that the thing pops up. So here we go. Do you see how it pops up? Doesn't look too great, but at least it pops up. Now the form itself there looked utterly garbage. Who knows why? So, right, what we're going to do then is right, let's look at the thing that's calling this open modal default. As you can see, it's actually an event listener, right? So there's an event listener when it loads. It looks through all of the buttons and it says when these buttons are clicked, run this open modal default thing. That's what's happening. And then this thing is going to run. Now what we're doing here now, let me have a think here. Okay, we've got a thing that says set current endpoint. Now let's just chuck that in, right? So set current endpoint. Now what that's going to do is it's just going to clarify what the current endpoint Ah, there we go. We're back in. Okay, new batteries, new everything. So we set the current endpoint, then we open up the modal thing, right? So we're going to save, we're going to click, and there it goes. Now, as you can see, the thing looks kind of dodgy, doesn't it? It just doesn't look too impressive. It's all messed up looking. And I suppose the question is, well, why? And how can we make this look decent? Well, I bet you it's this. If I take this out, save it, refresh, now click it, you can see it looks beautiful, right? So what we're going to do then is use JavaScript to have the effect of not taking this thing out, but hiding it. We are on line 75, and if I take you down to line 415, this is where the JavaScript starts. And you can see that we've got params builder special, right? So I'm going to go to this open modal default thing. And you can see that that's opening the current modal. Now, check this out. If I say params builder special dot style dot display is none, I am going to predict that it's still there. Check it out. Oh, it's not still there. Good. Haha. Well, what can I tell you? My genius knows no limits, folks. I thought it wasn't going to be there. What I was about to do, just so you know, I thought that I was going to have to do a set timeout. You know, in fact, I might even do one anyway. I figured that this must have been what was causing it because the thing was actually hidden, you know. So supposing I wait 0.2 of a second and then go like this. So if I do that, then refresh. Now, can you believe that? Can you believe that? Well, maybe not. Let's just go again. So save, we're going to click. Yeah, that seems to work. Okay, fine. So we've now got this one working, right? I hope that we agree that that one is now working. And this, of course, calls upon, eventually, it calls upon this thing here. Okay. Now, you can see we've got this top left modal div and it chucks in the endpoint index. Now, do you see this big long thing here? What do you think that's referring to? The answer is, do you see the bit? Do you know what? I can't even see it. I cannot even see it. So, right, I've just realized I think that we have to do that and keep that together. Aye, there we go. So do you see how that says get by post? That's what we're talking about. Now, I think the reason why it was running into problems is because it was hidden and stuff like that, you know? So if you look at this test endpoint modal thing, which lives up somewhere, if I say classes modal, here it is right here. So it's referring to this thing. And if we do an ID equal to endpoint name, I think it's the only endpoint name on the page. I'll just make sure. It is. So that means that we can go back downstairs. And instead of this big miserable line here, we could say, let's have a look here. We could say const endpoint name element, let's say, is document get element by ID endpoint name. So we've now defined, do you know what? I'm not going to have it there. Just because it's hidden, it's potentially a problem. I'm just going to have it. Let's see here. Let's just go like this. And let's just say, we'll just call it top left modal div. It's fine. There we go. So we've now clarified. Did I even do that right? Here we go. There you go. So it's just a wee bit more compact, okay? And if we save and refresh, we're going to click. You can see it says get by post. I'm clicking escape. You can see it says exist. So that's the top left. Do you see how the top left is changing? That's what we're doing there, okay? Perfect. That is perfect. Now, I reckon one of the reasons why we ran into problems earlier on is because we had this div that was hidden and reappearing, and it just seemed to cause problems, you know. So what we'll do then is we've got this open params builder thing. Let's just do a wee alert and we'll say, dig it, yeah. And if we click this, you can see that wee alert appears. And our job is now to bring this one to life, right? So it's going to be remarkably similar to what we had before. The key difference being that we chuck those things in. And what else can we do? I think that's it actually. So if we save and refresh and then click this. Is that what we expected? Is that what we expected? I don't know. Okay, so it's doing open modal. Maybe I should chuck this here. Alright, let me chuck that in a set timeout. I don't know exactly why that's not working. I'm definitely not going to ask ChatGPT, that's for sure. Alright, here we go. Do you know what? I think it might be that this is being declared here, and because it's maybe not on the page at the point when it's declared, maybe it's running into problems. Params build special. Params builder special is not defined. Right, hold on. So what if we go like this? It's just not working at all. It's just not working. Right, one moment. Params builder special dot style dot opacity is 0.2. Let's try that one. That is doing nothing whatsoever. Params builder JSON dot style dot opacity equals 0.2. Come on. And that has absolutely no effect. How strange is that? That is so strange. Right, one moment. Let's try style is background color red. Give me something. Okay, so I wonder if we could do something like this. Params builder special. Let's just say dot style dot opacity is 0.2. Go. And it has absolutely no effect at all. Alright, it's starting to get a bit desperate here. Remove, is it going to do that? Oh gee. Hold on a minute. Yes, I am an idiot. Yes, I am. It's params builder JSON, not special. Here we go. Oh, of course, this is JSON. I apologize for all of these really stupid mistakes here. Right, there we go. Do you know what? I think I got my declarations mixed up. And do we even need this set timeout? Maybe we don't. Then again, maybe we do. So if I go like that, it waits 2, then it removes. So let's just see. It appears that we do need a set timeout. Aha. I suppose we made it like 1,000th of a second. That's it. Okay, I've got it. All right, I've got it. And I think it's one of these situations where I'm going to use var. Okay. I know all about var constant let, but this is a var situation. And right around here, we'll go like this and like this. Okay, cool. All right, we're getting it now, folks. We are getting it now. Now, the idea here, of course, is that when we open the default one, we're going to say params model special dot style dot display is none, and params model JSON dot style dot display equals block. That's right. So when we click this one, you can see that this appears. It looks fantastic. Okay. Now, there's probably a wee bit of code repetition here, but I don't care, because heaven knows I've had some challenges. So let me just copy this. And then we'll flip these two things. Save. Now we're looking at open params builder, I think. So it says Ahoy, it opens it up. Now, params builder special. Let's look for that. So I'm going to go back up to line 75. And you can see that we've got this params builder special right here. Looks okay to me. Now let's just see exactly what's happening with this. So you can see that we reference params builder special. Now if we hit, there you go. So you can see that that's saying params builder special .style.display is none. That's not right. But we can open the module, we can set the theme and all of that stuff. And I think we've got it now. Alright, there you go. There you go. So there's our special form for adding parameters, right? Okay. Now, the params builder JSON, here it is here. Okay, I just need to make sure that I'm declaring these variables correctly. Forgive me, folks. Man, I'm having a slow start today. So, params builder JSON, that's what it's called. And it is indeed params builder JSON. And there it is there as well. And right around about here, we're adding in a display of none. Set display to none. But it doesn't seem to be working. Isn't that something? Now what if we change the gap here? That is so strange. Still doesn't work. Alright. In that case, what if we go like this and chuck these in here? There you go. Okay, cool. So let's just keep on going. Perfect. Right, so there's your answer. The conundrum has been solved. What we had to do was, these things can be constants actually. So we have to declare those within the set timeout. And if we do that, everything should be cool in the gang. Now again, I'll just flip these two around. Alright, so there's our form, there's our wizard, and now our only job is to bring that stuff to life, and that is exactly what we're going to do now. So we'll take our params builder JSON, which we're fairly happy with, right? And now we're going to build our special form for handling parameters. Now, how on earth is this thing going to work? Well, I'm going to do the unthinkable. I'm going to take this entire thing here, params builder JSON, and I'm going to add that ID up here. Then I'm going to take params builder special, and I'm going to go like that up here. So just moving the furniture around a wee bit, you know. So save and refresh, we hit get. There's our special builder, and I do like it. I like that. That's exactly what I want. Oh, that is not what I want. So okay, we're going to go back to those queries that we had. And instead of saying params builder JSON is block, it's actually going to be a type of flex. There you go. There you go. There you go. And hello Honolulu. All right. Finally. Okay, so now we're going to build the HTML for our params builder, right? I've called this params builder JSON. I'm going to rename it just for clarity. Actually, params builder special. No, I'm not. Hold on. What have I called this thing? Give me a minute. No, that's fine. We're happy. Right, so this is the thing for declaring parameters. Here it is here, right? And our job is to make this look nice. So what we can do is we can look at a previous example of something that's really successful. For example, here's loopback, and you can see that they've got kind of parameters, and then it says key value. We don't need description, and that actually looks quite good. If we look at Postman, the way that they do it is they get a table that just says key value and then description. I kind of like that as well. So maybe we can do something that's like a combination of the two. So what we could do, if I can find the screen, holy moly, where did we all go? Ah, here we are. Ulysses in full formation. Nice to see you, nice to see you. All right. So here we are, we're looking at the screen. What have we got here? I reckon if we... Do you see how that says parameters here? I kind of like it in a strange way, you know? So that's a form label. So what we could maybe do is chuck in a little form label. Something like that. It's all JavaScript, this. And then around about here, we could just echo form label parameters. There you go. So as we click in here, refresh, there you go, right? So that's kind of cool. Looks like the beginnings of something interesting, you know. Now let's have another wee look at Postman. Postman is made using Electron, so we can be pretty sure that this is just a web page. That's all it is, you know. Now, how do they add new ones? Right, do you see how that works? So when you add new ones, it creates new table rows. So we're going to need a table here. Let's add one right about now. So our table is going to be inside here. It's going to have a table head. And what else are we going to have? One, two, three. I'm going to have 4. So THs will have times 4. All right. So we're going to have, what was the thing that we had in the vote? Again, we did take a vote on this. I think it was key value that won. Have a look. Yeah, key value. So we're going to say key. Now we're going to say operator. then value. And then I'll just keep this one empty for the moment. Now let's have a look at our page, see what we got. So if we open this up, just look at that. Looks pretty good, doesn't it? Looks pretty good already. I like it a whole lot. Okay, that's good. Now, let's assume that we delete all of these. What then? Well, you can see that a couple of things. One is that the THs here. Well, suppose we take our table. And for the purposes of clarification, let's call it. Hold on. Okay, let's give it an ID equal to params builder TBL, right? Now we'll do a wee bit of styling downstairs. Let's just say that params builder table THs are going to have a text transform of uppercase. So what does that mean? Well, if we open this up, you'll see that key operator value are now all in uppercase, right? So the next thing that we do then is we build a little table body section here. Our table body section is going to have, oh, do you know what? I forgot a table row, TR. Alright, that's what we're talking about. Okay, so that's our head section. Here comes the body section. T body. These are going to be TDs, of course. And now if we refresh this, have a wee click, there we go. Now, what we'll do on the table headings there, where on earth is it? Here it is, right here. So we're going to give these a text align of left. So if we refresh, we now get that vibe here. That's your vibe right there, okay? Cool. Now, what else can we do? Just for the moment, let's chuck in a little trash can thing over on the right hand side, just like the way Postman is. So if I go like this, and then, can you see how we've got a wee button here with a trash thing in it? We'll do the same thing here, right? So we'll have an icon with a class of FA, and then we'll say FA trash. And of course, one of the problems is that we don't have font awesome on this page. So let's just load it in. So I'm going to grab a template that does have font awesome on it. Something like this. Then I'm going to go to the top of the API Explorer here. We'll add in font awesome. Have a wee refresh. Click. And there's our wee trash thing right there. Now, let's head back down to where that style definition thing was, which was way here, 435 it was at. And I'm going to say, is it nth? Oh gee, TB, TH. I think it's nth last child, you say. And I'm going to just say background color red. That is not what I wanted. Okay, let me just try this. Hold on. Copy, selector. Here we go. Here we go. Alright, there you go. So what we want to do with that last one is we want to say text align right. So we've got a wee trash can that always appears on the right hand side here. And that is the vibe. Okay, so there you go. Good. Now, the next thing that we're going to do is we're going to make it so that when somebody clicks on... Now let's see how Postman works here. Hold on. Let's see how they do it with Postman. Okay, so if I click value, you can see that the key's empty there. It's not much use, right? Okay. So, let me think here. Alright, here's what we'll do. Let's have a closer look at this table here. Here it is, right? Now, if we click... Geez, I really need to see how this one works. So that becomes a form field. That becomes a form field. It's funny how it looks pretty much identical, doesn't it? It makes you wonder if maybe there's a case for actually just having legit form fields here. Maybe we could just say something like maybe we could just do something like maybe like this, where we say no, I don't like it, forget it, stupid idea, stupid idea. I'll tell you what, let's give this table row a class equal to, and we'll call it, let's call it magic row. Okay, magic row, there you go. Now, we are gonna refresh. So this thing is called magic row, there it is right there. And the idea here, you know what? Magic row my ass. Let's just do an on click. So on click equals transform row. Alright, here we go. So a little bit of JavaScript magic here. Maybe have it down here. I'm going to say function transform row, and I'm going to say yes. So if we go back, refresh, now I'm going to click. Do you see how it says yes? And it does not even matter where I click, it says yes, right? That's good. Now I'll take out this trash thing right now. I did that a wee bit too soon actually. Okay, so if we go like that, you can see that when I click that it says yes. That's excellent. So the idea is, and I think I've figured it out. So when we get this transfer row thing kicking in, or transform row, I think I am going to give this an ID equal to magic row. Why not? And I'm going to say const magic row is document. Now hold on. No, it's the ID is going to cause problems. Forgive me, it is going to cause problems. Let's give it a class of magic row. That's better. Okay. So here we go. You can only have one magic row per page. Do you know what I mean? So we'll say that magic row is get elements by class name. The name of the class is magic row. It's the first one. And let's just, for the purposes of having a wee bit of fun, say magic row.style.background color is red. So here we go. I'm going to click. Do you see how it just went red? Now that's not really what we're going to do. What we're going to do is we're going to get the different table cells here. Okay. So we can say something like the following. We can say const magic row children is magic row dot, is it child nodes or children? It must be child nodes. Is it that? Console.log magic row children dot length. I don't know if that's the right syntax, by the way. I think it's dot children. Ah, there you go. So it now knows that there's 4 child elements here, right? So what we're going to do now is we're going to say first table cell. Now the first table cell was for the key, right? So we're going to say const first table cell equals, now that is going to be magic row children with a key of 0. And we're going to say first table cell dot inner HTML. I'll just do a little letter X. It's as simple as that, right? So when we click and we go like that, do you see how that's just changed to an X? But of course we don't want it to be an X. What we want to do is chuck a form input inside that. So if we just say oh gee, let me just remind myself, I have to make sure I've got this right. So that is going to be name whatever. Okay, let me just get my codes. I want to just make sure I'm 100% right. Okay, that was a bit stupid, but I'd rather be stupid and cautious than reckless and wrong. Okay, so Right, we're going to have that. We'll figure out the name in a minute, but for the moment I'll just say key, and I'll just say that the value is empty, right? So if we click, go like that, click, do you see how that's just became a form element there? Now, let's do that to all of those table cells. So we're going to have the second table cell. That's the operator. Then we'll have the third. And then the fourth. So the third table cell goes around about here. And then the fourth table cell goes here. Now on that fourth one, we can bring back our little delete thing. So class equals FA trash. So as we now go like this, and then we click here. That was garbage. Let's try again. So click. Alright, that's awesome. That's actually pretty darn good. Now the thing about the operator is that's going to need a wee bit of work, because that's going to be a drop down, you know. And let's just clarify for a moment what the options are going to be on this drop down. So if we think about operators, I'm going to say operator options. That will be an array. And let's just think about the different options that we could have for that. And I think I had it open on a page a minute ago. Here we go. So here's the different things, keeping in mind that we're dealing with a database. So we've got equal, not equal, greater than, less than, greater than or equal to, less than or equal to. There's another one that we could add here, which is like. Now, fair enough. So what I think I'll do with this is I'll say that operator options is going to be an array. And then row data. Now let's just say that the key is equals, and row data value equals I'll just do that for the moment. So operator options is row data. Alright. This might have been a stupid way of doing this. So let's say equals, let's say does not equal. Let's say less than. Let's do greater than. And the last one, since we're dealing with a database, we'll do like. Okay. So that's our operator options. Now if we echo form drop down and we say operator options and we pass in our operator options with an selected option of that, over on the top right hand side you can hold on. Here we go. Form helper 421. What the heck is it talking about? Operator options. Ah, flippin' heck, man. You know what? I think I'm just having the slowest day ever right now. Oh, jeez. Right, okay. I've made a few mistakes so far. I tell you what, I hope it picks up. Alright, that's more like it. So it's going to be that. Right, I'll just quickly do this. So equals, does not equal, less than, greater than, like. Perfect. Okay, here we go. Right, that is it. That is what we want. Aye, that's perfect. So let's copy this HTML here. Shame it took me so long. I'm quite embarrassed by that. Okay. So now I'm going to head over to the employee of the month. I am speaking, of course, about none other than everybody's favourite employee of the month. That is, of course, ChatGPT. Where on earth did it go? It has gone. Oh no, it's back. Oh no, hang on. That's the strangest thing. It really did just seem to disappear, you know. Okay, one moment. Is it on the screen somewhere? Ah, here we go. Okay, so can you give me the JavaScript code for dynamically producing this? Shouldn't be too difficult, you know. All right. And here it is. Yep, that's good. That's excellent. So it takes the options and it looks through them. Okay. Can you turn this into a simple JavaScript function? That accepts an element ID as an argument and adds the ID onto the select menu that is created. Here we go. Alright, so here's where we finally start using this thing. Alright, it never quite understood what I was asking it there, but that's okay. We can tweak this. So what we'll do then is we'll take this out. It has served its purpose. Head down to where the JavaScript lives. Run about here. And we'll go like this. Now we're going to take in, you can see we've got this element ID here. Nah, we need to change this. Correction. Can we have the function accepting 2 arguments? The first argument should be the parent element. Where the select menu is to be added. The second argument should be the ID that gets assigned to the select menu. Okay, that was my mistake. It should be able to do this without any problems. I do hope that you can hear me. Okay, here we go. That's what we want. That's what we want. That's perfect. Okay, that's our function. So now I'm not going to call it create select with options. I'm going to call it create operator drop down. That's what we're going to call it, right? So I'm going to copy. And as we run our transform row thing, you can see that we've got our 4th table cell there. Now the the 3rd table, it's the second one. It's the second one, right? So we're going to say create operator drop down, and we'll call it second table cell. We'll give it an ID of whatever. And so now what should happen is this thing. If we just refresh, have a click, and click here. Damn. Cannot read properties of null. Okay. Right, one moment. Create operator drop down. We've done that. Now that's, you see that parent element here? That should simply say parent element dot append. That is an outright error from ChatGPT. So if we go like this now and go like that, there you go. Told you it was an error. Alright, pardon my sniffing. But there we go. Pretty good, pretty good. So again, if we click on this, you can see that we've got our operator appears there. And that is looking pretty good. Alright. Now back up to this transform row thing. On our second table cell, I'm going to say second table cell inner HTML is empty. So when we do this and then we click, boom, that's what happens, you know? I think that's really great. Another thing that I've realised here is that we can have the key as a drop down as well. That would be kind of cool, wouldn't it? So we can have it with a drop down showing us all of the keys or all of the columns that are available on this table. Now I think that would be awesome. I think that would be better than the stuff that's out there. So what we're going to do in that case, and you can see that I've already laid the groundwork here, is a little JSON on the endpoints. There you go. And well, that gives us the endpoints, but not much more. Do we have the actual table columns? That's the question of all questions. So I can see we've got a little token of some sort. Okay, so we don't have that. Therefore, what I'm going to do is head into API. Now I'm going to look for Explorer. You can see that right there. And then you can see that we've got make sure table exists, okay? And it's taken in this target module thing. Now, here what we've got is build columns as JSON string. So it's building up a JSON string with the columns. So you see how it says columns is get all columns? So what we could do is, you have to wonder, do we actually have the columns available already? That would be kind of cool. And we do. There they are right there. So we do have the columns. It's fantastic. Excellent. So what does that mean? Well, if we go back to transform row, do you see how we just changed this into a form field here? We can actually do a whole lot better than that. Instead, we're going to make the inner HTML empty, and we're going to create a key drop down. That's right, a key drop down. Now this is going to take our columns into account. I'm going to say const columns equals, and straight into PHP, JSON encode columns. Okay, and what else? Yeah, I've learned that you need to do a space when you do that. So something like that. So right here, we're going to have the first table cell added. Here I'm going to just say test vibe, whatever. And we're going to have a little thing that's remarkably similar to this, except this one is going to be called create key drop down. Now at the moment I'll just test it like this. You can see it's added 2 drop downs here, right? But of course what we really want to do is look at the source code. You can see that we've got this array of columns here, right? Now I'm going to take a wee trip to ChatGPT, the employee of the month. Hold on, maybe I'm not. I don't want to overuse that, because we're going to be dependent on it later on. Right, so I'm seeing value text. So what we could do is think here. Maybe we could say, instead of options.length, we'll say columns.length, right? So we do that, and then we say that the value is, it would actually be columns I, and the text would be columns I, and then we would get rid of that. We don't need to redeclare the columns, by the way. So it would be something like that. So if we now go back here, refresh, we're going to go like this, then click, reference error, options is not defined. Okay, so let's just keep on going. Can anybody see options being mentioned there? Ah, there you go. Well, we'll take this one out for now. There you go. So look at that. See? So now we can... I don't know why that's closing, by the way. But I tell you what. When we transform the row thing here, we're going to say magic row dot class list dot remove magic row. We're also going to say, if we look at this magic row thing here, you'll see that it's got an on-click event. Okay. So let's take a wee trip to ChatGPT for this one. I have a table row with an on-click event. What JavaScript code would remove the on-click from the table row? I think I know the answer, but I just want to be sure. Okay, here we go. So there it is. So you just say magic row dot on click is null. And that's it. So if we look at transform row, we remove the class, then we say on click is null. Now what that should do is it should mean that when we click on this, we can now select these things and we can relax because it's no longer a magic row. You know what I mean? I'll show you this again. So we hit get, we click, and everything is beautiful. All right, pardon my sniffing here. All right, so that's looking not too bad. That's not too bad. Okay, now give me just a second. It's a bit cold in here. I'm just going to put a wee bit of heating on, switch my water distiller on. But how are we doing? Do you think this is working? Is this looking okay? I hope so. Alright folks, I'll be back in about 2-3 minutes. I'm just putting on some, I have a wee water distiller in here and it heats the room, so I'll be right back, okay? Alright, now, before we go any further with this, I think there's something else that we have to figure out here. And that is, excuse me, how on earth are we going to handle limit and offset, you know? How does that work? Well, if we do a post request, I suppose it would be quite easy to just say order by, you know, ID or something like that. And that might be good. Not entirely sure. But in the case of this thing here, well, it's kind of different, isn't it? So what I think we'll do is we're going to add in. Do you see how we've got a thing that says, what's it called? It's the create key drop down thing, right? And you can see that the create key drop down, when we click on this and we go like this, you can see that it's given us the keys from the table. And that's kind of nice, But I think that we can do even better. Let's also add limit, offset, and order by. So let's say let key options equals columns. Then I'll say key options dot push, and so we're gonna just say limit offset order by. And so instead of this thing looping through columns, it's going to loop through key options. So now if we go like this and then click, you can see that we've got limit, offset, and then order by. And I think that that is fantastic. We could even make this capitalized to just clarify that this is different. So you can see how that works, right? So the limit, and then on we go. Do you know what I mean? So that would be kind of cool, don't you think? And that really takes care of the whole limit, offset, order by thing. Now another thing that we could do, and I just thought of this, is when we create a row like this, we should create another magic row. Do you know what I mean? So what we're going to do as far as that stuff goes is we're going to go to transform row, right? Now let's oh, thank you, Gear. I appreciate that, man. Thanks a lot. Okay, so let's now inspect this, right? This is our magic row here, of course. Now let's just copy this outer HTML and we'll take a wee trip to the employee of the month here, and we're going to say, can you produce a JavaScript function that accepts the following HTML? I want the function to accept the ID of a table where the new row should be added to the table. The on-click event should also work. Alright, so here we go. Employee of the month. Add magic row to table, and look at the beautiful code. Now that's a solid, I would say, 10 minutes being saved right there. It's just perfect, isn't it? So let's copy that. We'll head back here and we will chuck that right in here. Okay, so once we've finished doing whatever we're doing here, we're going to say add magic row to table, and we will chuck in our table ID. Now the table ID, as if I knew what I was talking about, is params builder table. There you go. So let's now save. We're going to click on this. So if I click, watch how another row appears underneath. Boom, do you see that? How cool is that? And the nice thing about this is that we can keep on adding table rows. Just look at that. It's absolutely beautiful. And of course, we can also get these delete things working. Now I don't know why that one is misaligned there. In fact, I do know why. It's a CSS issue. So let's look at the okay. So on any table row, we'll do this again. So here we go. Look at it creating. Oh, you miserable thing. Jiminy. Okay, inspect. I'm having a wee bit of a slow day today, folks. Forgive me. So it's TR, then that, then that. Okay, here we go again. Okay, I have a plan. I have a plan. A plan I have. Let's look at this so-called magic row here, right? So I'm going to take this out. And then we're going to click that. So obviously we've lost our magic row here. But what we can do is, when we open the params builder here, we can say, you know what's coming up? we can say add magic row to table. So again, as we open up the params builder, we say add magic row, and it's the params builder table. So if we go like that, hit get, now it works. Oh, that's right, folks. That's right. Sometimes you just nail it. Do you know what I mean? Sometimes you just nail it. Alright. Now, let's do something a wee bit more graceful than just calling this, because the problem with this is that when we close it and open it, we're going to have all of that stuff back up again. So we're going to have init magic table. Now, init magic table is going to take the table ID. So I'll just say const magic table is document get element by ID, and it's the params builder table. Alright. Now, we want to remove all of the existing rows from the table, and then we want to add in just one magic table row, as I'm calling it. So what we can do is we can say const all table rows. Now what that's going to be is magic table dot get elements by tag name, and the name of the tag is let me think here. I think I'll go to the employee of the month. Okay. Actually I won't. I have to be selective with this thing, you know. I can't use it every 2 minutes. So what we can do is head in here and then copy the selector. So we can say let's say query selector all. Alright. Now let's do something like that. So table body with a direct descendant of a table row. There you go. So now we're going to say for, and we're going to loop through all of the table rows, and we're simply going to say remove. Then we add in one magic table row. So that should work. Here we go. So you can see I've made a bunch of rows. I'm going to close it. Then I'm going to reopen, and we're all back to square one, which is perfect. That is exactly the effect that we want. Pretty cool, isn't it? Alright. Now, I've got a... Oh, look at our column thing. Right, that's clearly a challenge, right? So let's look at that if we can. So, create key drop down. Now, why is this a problem? You know what? I'll come back to that in a minute. Let's just keep focusing on the general flow first of all. So we've got that. We've got that. So, okay. I am going to have to fix that. Console.log columns length is columns.length, and then we're going to say so the columns length is that, then the what's it called? It's the key options length. Right, let's just see what this does, shall we? So when we do that and we click, columns length is 3, key option length is 3, columns length is 6, and on it goes. It's as if there's something changing the columns, and I don't know what it is. So do you know what? Let's take these columns here and chuck them in here. Give this another wee try. 3, 3, 3, 3, 3, 3, 3, 3, 3. Oh man, I'm on form. And I tell you what, we had such a rubbish start. Who would have guessed that we'd end up having quite a good live stream here, you know? This is fine. This is 100% fine. Okay. So that is looking pretty darn good. Let me just refresh again. Yeah, man, that is so much nicer. Okay, now let's look at it on the full screen. Okay, one of the things that I'm curious about is what happens if we've got a ridiculously long table name. So let's just say here is a ridiculously long table column name. I just want to see how it behaves. Okay, so you can see that pushes that thing across, and it is even worse than you first imagined. Okay, that's good. So what that tells me is that if we've got a ridiculously long table name, it's not that much of a problem. The select menu can cut it off quite happily. And so, yeah, we can do that with some CSS styling, in fact. And I don't think we're going to have any problems with that at all. So we'll do that later on with a wee bit of styling. Okay. So here we go. And again, we will fix that with some styling. Same with the delete thing. In the meantime, how are we feeling about this? Well, I'm a wee bit concerned about that not being scrollable, you know? So let's see if we can do something about that. Now this is our modal body. So let's just have a wee look at that. We'll see if we can find something. Alright, so I'm going to say maximum height And let's just do something crazy like 350. And then we'll say overflow auto. Now what that does is when this becomes too big, you can see that we now get a scroll bar in here, which is kind of nice. But let's see if we can get a more sensible height in. How about something like 640? Or we could do a viewport suggestion. So we could say that the maximum height is, how about 60% of the viewport height? So now if we go like this, you can see it has already started this scroll thing here, which is actually kind of cool. Let's see if we can make it a bit bigger though. 80% of the viewport height. Here we go. So we go like that. Okay, that's a wee bit of a problem, that. So let's try 70. Ah, now that's quite good, isn't it? 70's good. I like 70. But you know what? 60 was really good as well, wasn't it? Let's see. Nah, I think it is going to be 70. So there we go. 70 it shall be. So now we get this vibe here. If we get too many fields, it's going to just start scrolling. And we can do that all day long. And there you have it. Okay, pretty cool, pretty cool. Well, I tell you what, I'm pleased with that. Now, what shall we do next? I think each of these table rows should be given an ID. Yeah. I think these should be given an ID. So let's look at the bit that transforms these rows, right? Now, what are we going to do here? So, okay, I'm going to look for query. There you go. So, right. So do you see the thing that says add row to table, right? What we're going to do first of all is figure out how many rows do we have so far. Okay? So the way that we do that is we say all table rows is that, and then I'm just going to say const num existing rows is all table rows dot length, and let's just console.log we have num existing rows and let's just see if that works. So if we go like this, magic table is not defined. Okay, table. So here we go. We have 0 rows. We have 0 rows. Now that kind of sucks, doesn't it? Right, let's try something else. Let's try get elements by tag name, and the name of the tag is tr. So here we go. There you go. Perfect. So here we go again. You can see that it says 1. And when we click on it, it says we have 2. But in actual fact, we're going to say const row ID equals, and let's just call it new params row, and we are going to join on num existing rows minus 1. So we've now got a row ID here. So what do we do now? Well, we're going to take our new row, we're going to set attribute, it's going to have an ID of row ID. So check this out. Now when we click this, if we right click and inspect the table row, oh you miserable thing. Alright, so row ID is that. Hold on. Let's try again. Alright, so you can see that that says new params row 1, and that's actually 100% right. And as we do that into this one, it says new params row 2. Perfect, right? Now, what else can we do with this? Well, I feel as if these different cells should be given class names, you know? So what it's doing is it's saying append child of cell. Now hold on. Add magic row to table. So it's looping through these cells here. That's cool. I can see that we've got an I. So let's say that if the text is not undefined, maybe not. Tell you what. Let's say cell set attribute class, and we'll give it a class of magic cell, and we'll join on this I here. I think that's the way to do it. So if we do that, what it means is that each and every one of these table cells has now got like magic cell 2, magic cell 3, and so on. And again, even if we've got extra rows, it still follows this. Now, unfortunately, it's okay. It's starting at magic cell 0, so maybe we should say I minus 1. Here we go. Keep this console open just in case. So, if we go to elements, oh, you miserable thing. Well, maybe we will just keep it as I. Alright, so we are starting from 0. So do you see how it says magic cell 0 and then cell 1? Keep in mind that we've got these rows going on. So that should be more than enough information for us to do something meaningful with this stuff. Now, let's look at the create operator drop down. This select thing is going to have a set attribute. It's going to have a class of operator drop down. Now, because we've just given that a class of operator drop down, it gives us control over how the thing looks, you know. So we can say operator drop down. How about a little red background? And there it is. So what we'll do then is we're going to say that the width is 4M. So look at that. Okay, it's too narrow. 7M. Too wide. 5M. I think that's about perfect. In fact, given the fact that the word operator's there anyway, taking up space, we might as well make it 6. Alright, so that's your vibe. Ah, this doesn't work. 5 was the one. Right, here you go. Okay, so when we do that, there's our operator drop down and it looks fantastic. Okay. That's really good. Now, the other stuff, I kind of think we should style this as well, actually. So let's go for the next drop down. So we'll go to create key drop down. And we'll just say select set attribute class. And we'll just call it key drop down. It's a class, you know. So if we head back here, let's now just say key drop down. And with this one, I'll just say that the width, I'll say 3M just so that I really know that this is working. And it is. Alright, so if we move it upstairs, which kind of makes more sense. And then we'll say that the key is, let's try 17. That's far too big. Let's try 9. Okay, we're starting to get there. Do you know, another thing that I've started to wonder about here is, let's just break stuff, right? So we'll just say 1 and 1 just for the moment. And supposing we said Supposing we said something like the following. TH. Maybe the first one. You know what's coming up, right? So maybe we could define width here. Like this. So again, I'll just go like that. Chuck in a little width. Now they should all be equal widths at this stage. Didn't seem to work, didn't it not? Alright, let's see. Okay, let's try width 100%. Let's copy this selector. There's clearly something I'm not doing right here, so if we go like this, maybe that's the way to do this, you know. I'll give it a big old crazy width, just to see if it works. Aha, now that's a whole lot better. Alright, so again we'll make them kind of equidistant to begin with. Then we'll just work from there. Okay, now you see this one here. This one. So if we look at create, right, add magic row to table. There it is right there, right? Okay, that's our add magic row. So when we go to transform row, you can see we've got this input type here. We can then say class equals. Now the third table cell is actually the value. So I'll call it value input. That's the class name. So if we head to somewhere like here, and now we're going to say value input width. Let me just do something crazy, 10%. Well, that had no effect at all. So class is value input, class is value input. Why is it not happening? Maybe I need to say max width. Let's just try like 50. Am I going to get anything out of this thing? Yes, we are. Good. Okay, that's good. So we'll say that the width is 100. So we go like that and that. It's now giving us this max width, and you can see that the page is starting to very gradually, I think it's starting to look kind of quite good, you know. Alright. Now, let's make this one 5% and this one 45. Okay. I never meant that. Oh, look at the mistake I made. They're all nth child 1. So it's 2, 3, 4. Alright, here we go. Let's do that again. Oh, now it's starting to look kind of solid, you know. Excellent. Right, okay, so now we've got a gig here. So let's make that one 25 and bring this up to 45. So here we go. So we go like that, and just look at how solid that is. Boom, boom. Thank you very much indeed. Now the operator one is going to come down a wee bit. That's the second one. We'll bring that one down to about 20%. And we'll donate the extra 5% to this. Oh. Here we go. Oh yeah, that's excellent. That's really, really great. And you know, I think I can go even smaller with this thing. So let's bring this one down. We'll just be kind of cautious. Maybe 15 or, well, let's see, it's 20. We could do 12 and donate 8, so what's 8, 20, 12. We could donate 4 here, and we could donate 4 here. Okay. Oh, that's it. That's good. That looks excellent. Now let's look at this on a full-size screen. So as you can see, everything now looks very, very solid here. Here it is again. Mind you, something happened there that I didn't like. Aye, so when you add the scroll bar, you get some challenges, but it's nothing that bad. Okay, I'm going to call that acceptable. Now let's take out the crazy red background. So when we go like this, now look at this. We could even if we go to the add magic row to table thing, we could actually take now hold on a minute, it's transform, pardon me, transform row. So when we do this thing and we're adding in our third cell, let's just say autocomplete equals off placeholder, enter value here, and look at that. How smug do you like that? So now look at this. This is really starting to take shape, folks, right? So we can now go like that. Ha ha ha, I think this is looking fantastic, I have to tell you. I think this is looking really, really great. Isn't that much nicer than what we had? Now don't forget, our post one remains unchanged. So we've now got this. I think that's really great. I'm loving it. I am loving it. Alright. So there you go. Okay. Now before we get into the business of building the code, if you know what I mean, I'm going to get these trash buttons here working. To make these work, we're going to just say on click equals, and we're going to say delete row. Now, do we have an ID here? Do we have an ID? Well, I don't even know. Looks like we have actually. So what we can do then is okay, one moment. Okay. I'm going to do a wee console.log here. So let me think. Okay. So I guess the question is, how many rows do we have so far? So if I do that and then just say console.log, we now have all table rows dot length. So I'm going to go like this. Table is not defined. Okay, well, Okay, let's try something else. The const magic row parent equals magic row dot parent node. Then I'm going to say console.log, oh no, const parent, nah, magic row siblings is magic row parent dot children. Now let's console.log magic row siblings. Let's just see what that does. Should be fun. Alright. Okay, so it thinks that there's 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay, so what we're going to do is we're going to say const num siblings No, I'm an idiot. Pardon me. Magic row.id is magic row ID. Why did I not say that? That's what it is. That's what it is. Magic row ID is magic row ID. There you go. Perfect. Alright. So what we're going to do then is we're going to say const delete index equals. Now we can take this magic row ID here, go like that, and the delete index is the magic row ID dot replace. Now we're going to replace new params row with emptiness, and then we're going to chuck in right around here, let's chuck in the delete index. Okay, so as we go like this, now if we right click and inspect, you can see that that's got delete row 2 in here, and sure enough that corresponds with new params row 2, so that's perfect. So then what we do is we're now going to build a little function called delete row, and after this we get onto the real code, you know. So let's do this. Delete row, and we'll just say delete index. Now I'm going to say const target row ID equals, now the target row ID is that adding on delete index. Then I'm going to say const row to go is document get element by ID target row ID. Then I'm just going to say row to go dot remove. And who needs a frigging JavaScript framework when it's this easy? So check it out. I'm going to just hit delete. It goes, and there you are. Now let's have a wee hover thing going on here. So we'll just say FA trash cursor pointer. So we're just letting people know that stuff does happen when we click this. Isn't that awesome? Isn't that really good? Just look at that. So A, B, C. I'll delete B and there's C. I think that's really, really great. Alright, there you go. So, looking not too bad, right? Looking not too bad. Now, if we look at our post things here, you can see that we've got parameters and server response, and we've also got, well, we've got a couple of other bits and pieces here. But I think the main thing with this is that we want to have our server response in here by all means, but it probably doesn't have to be away over in the corner like this. So we could have a server response like maybe right here, you know. Pardon me. And that might be quite good, I don't know. On the other hand, maybe we could keep the server response on the right hand side. It might not be a bad thing. Maybe we should. I don't know. I really, really don't know. I'll tell you what though. Perhaps what we should do is just muck around and see what looks best, you know. So I'll copy this vibe. And then we'll go in here. Go like that. So now as we refresh, you can see that we've got our server response thing here. Now I reckon that if we take this out of here, okay. It looks a bit crazy, doesn't it? Let's have a look again. Yeah, that looks a bit crazy. That definitely looks crazy. So how do we do this one? I think maybe the answer is if we take this out, we'll take this stuff out here, take this one out here, a little reverse indentation, I'll chuck in a class of, I think it's, yeah, let's chuck in a class of one call. We probably don't even need it. Okay, here we go. Well, well, well. Ever get the feeling that things don't look too great? Okay. So let's call this, where on earth are we here? Alright, let's call this one server response alt. That's the name of it. I bet you I don't even need to name it. I bet you it just looks good on its own. I knew it would. I don't even need to name it. It looks fine. So we won't even bother with that. Alright, here we go. Okay, nice. Now, I reckon we should take a few lines off of this server response here. So run about here, we'll go down to like 4 lines. There you go. Now that's starting to look quite smart, isn't it? So now we've got all of this vibe going on. We can delete. Everything is looking beautiful. I wonder if we can go down to 3. So we now get that. Okay, so do you see this parameters builder table thing? This thing. I am going to reduce the font size on it. Ah, now that's good. Look at that. Very good. Right, so the key vibe is that we don't have a scroll right away. Hopefully people can look at this and figure out how it works, you know. We could probably bring this submit button a wee bit higher. So that might be worth doing. Maybe. Now you can see that that has got an ID of submit btn 1. So let's just say margin top is 0. Okay. I think that's going to look great. I've got quite a small screen here, so what I'm getting is probably different from what a lot of you are getting, you know, or what you will get, but I think that's going to look really great. So we now have this vibe, so we can set our keys and values and all of that here and hit submit, or we can post stuff and it's all perfect. Okay, pretty cool, pretty cool. Alright, I feel like I should do a git commit for some reason. I think I will actually. Unfortunately, time is rushing on here. It's been a wee bit of a slow one today, but I do feel like we're making some good progress all in all, you know. Alright, HCDocs. Please delete 4. That's right. Oh. Please delete 4. That's it. So I'll say git init, git add all, git commit ready to rock. I always like to do meaningful commit messages, you know. It's actually just for myself in case I make a mistake here. So what do we think? Are we looking good? I think we're looking pretty darn good. Let me tell you that for nothing. I think this is looking pretty darn good. Alright, so you know what you need in your life? I've been thinking about your life recently, And what you need is a good old to-do list. So let's just write down a list of all of the things that we need to bring this to life, and we'll just knock it out of the park. Doesn't have to be a complete list. Now, one of the things that we can do is we can get the URL segments working. So let's just say get URL segments working. So what that means is that when we add different bits and pieces on here, this part should update. You see how it says API get? And it doesn't matter where we go, it never changes. So we can get that part working, right? Now once we get that part working, what next? Yeah, let's make it so that limit, offset and order by only have equals as the operator. Let's do that. Okay, what else are we going to do? I suppose do a send, get the submit button working. So get submit button working and display output from server with HTTP response codes. We're going to add them as well, you know. So we'll have a wee response code on the top right hand side there. Now that is going to be a really great vibe. Then we can get view settings working. Then we can get copy response body working. So just visualize that this all works. I don't know what this header values button does. I really don't. Let's just see. Oh, that's what it does. Okay. So if we do that, tick, then submit, it does that. Okay, so let's do that. Get response header values working. Okay, so that's all of that stuff. Then get these two things working on the bottom left hand side, because right now it's just hard coded. Get the current token displaying. Build the ability to set tokens. That's on the top right hand side. That's that thing. Go through each endpoint type and make sure displaying okay. Also also make sure modal resets upon each open event. So that's that one. Anything else? Get it looking decent on a mobile. And then the big one, I'll do 2 stars because this is difficult. Get the API endpoints understanding how to translate the params into meaningful properties. Do this for post. Do this for get. So we do that. Then we write documentation. Then we add backwards compatibility if we can, and I hope we can. Alright, so there's my life for the next however long. So what I'll do is, when you got a big miserable to-do list like this, folks, and isn't it miserable? When you get a big miserable list of stuff like that, sometimes it's good to take the things that are easy and just knock them off the list as quick as possible. It's just a really, really good morale booster, you know? So let's see if we can do that, and we'll just order this in terms of, well, what is the easiest here, right? I suppose this looks quite easy. Take that, move up here. That looks pretty easy to me. Get the current token displaying, that's probably quite easy as well. Okay. Get view settings button working is definitely easy. What else? Okay, so these 3 I think we can knock off quite quickly. Now what's the easiest out of these 3? Probably in the order they're in actually. So we're going to get the required HTTP request type in here and the endpoint settings. So let's do that. Alright, so as you can see when we click on this, this says post here. But this also says post here. Clearly that's a mistake, right? Good. So let's go to that modal thing. Here it is right here. And you can see that this thing here where it says ID of request type has got post hard coded. I also don't like the way that I've got camel case here. That's uncool. So let's see if we can do something about that. Alright, let's take this and we'll change it to request hyphen type, which does not get mentioned anywhere. Now we're going to empty this thing out. So if we save and refresh and click, you'll see that request type is empty, right? Therefore, what we want to do is go to these open modal things here, and let's see. Okay. So do you see how that's got set modal theme? And a couple of things like that. Open modal default. Right, hold on. And then we've got open params builder, right? So right, let's take this out of here, these 4 lines, and we're going to just say prep modal. Then we're going to go here, we're going to say prep modal, and we'll chuck those 4 lines in here. Now, that should actually still work. So if we open our default thing, it still works. So that then we can take these out, and again prep modal. So what that means is that we've just taken the business of tweaking the modals and we've moved it to someplace else, you know. So if we now look at this prep modal thing here, what we can do is we can say const request type element is document get element by ID. It's called request type, right? And if we say request type element dot inner HTML equals a little letter X here, then if we do that, oh, you miserable thing, it's request hyphen type. Here we go again. Okay, do you see how it says X? So now what we'll do is we're going to say JSON.stringify, and let's take this little beauty here. So if we go like this, you can see that we've got a request type here. In this case it says get. In this case it's post. Then we've got put and delete. Perfect. So in actual fact, can you believe it? It's the modal theme. So now if we click on this, you can see that it says post. Now it says delete. Now it says get. And now it says put. So that's one thing off of our list. Congratulations to us. So that was that one. Alright. Next thing on the list is the endpoint settings here. Now, let's go back up to that request type thing. And you can see that we've got this vibe here. Now hold on. Okay, so what these endpoint settings do is they tell us, if I show you a working example, they tell us where we can find the settings for this particular thing, you know. So all we have to do to bring this one to life, do you see how that says tasks here? Well, that thing is called target module. So if we go to where the request type lives, and then right in here, I'm going to add a few wee X's just so you can see how we've got these X's here. So right in here we're going to just echo with PHP target module. And so now it says tasks, which is correct. Correct all day long. So there is another thing off of the list. Pretty cool. Next thing I'll do, which is really easy I think, is we'll get the view settings button working. So that's this button that they click here. Doesn't do anything right now, but on the live site it brings up an alert. Is that right? Is that all it does? Geez, oh, that's kind of simple. So that runs a thing by the name of view settings. So let's just have a look at the word settings here. You can see that we've got it right here being defined. So we're going to just say on click is assigned to view settings, like that. So we're going to write a little JavaScript function by the name of view settings. I'll chuck it down here. Now I'm going to just alert Ahoy to start off with. Keep the console open, make sure there's no errors, right? And if we click, oh, wrong one. Here we go. So keep that open. We're going to click. We're going to hit view settings, and as you can see, it says Ahoy. Alright. So what does view settings actually do? Well, it just so happens that I do have a function here. And all it does is it alerts a thing by the name of endpoint settings. Now I'm going to guess that we don't have endpoint settings here, do we? I don't think we do. So let's go back in here again, and we're going to look for endpoint. Alright. Jeez, this is tough. Right, the endpoint settings are who knows where. Who knows where. But okay. That looks a wee bit like the settings for an endpoint, you know that? So let's just do alert endpoints. Alright, now let's do JSON.stringify endpoints, and how about if we do like a key of get or something like that, you know? So here we go. Aha, now that's given us URL segments, a name, params, authorization. I think that's actually it. I think that's all we need. And that is exactly and precisely what it's doing on the other page. So it's as simple as that, you know. So all we do then is, if we look at the top of the code here, you'll see that we've got a current endpoint index. So all we have to do is say JSON.stringify current endpoint index, save. Oh, come on. Right. So here we go. And that is indeed our get settings. Looking fantastic. Let's look at the post settings. There they are. Now it doesn't look too graceful, but we're dealing with stuff that developers would look like. So that I think is quite satisfactory, you know. And they can see at a glance what the different rules are. So for example, if they want to see who's authorized to use this, they click here and it says authorization all. It's kind of cool, isn't it? So that is our settings thing now done. 3 cheers for us. Alright. Next we've got get the current token displaying. Now, I think for the moment I'm going to make this one really simple. So what we've got here is a thing that says your current token, and then we've got a little span with token value here. So let's look for your current token. Well, we've got exactly the same vibe, right? Now, how does this thing actually work? I wonder, can we possibly do an alert of token? I wonder if that's going to work. Token is not defined. Okay. So we can't do that. So how does this work? Let's do a wee search for token hyphen value. Now you can see that it's saying inner HTML is token. So what the heck is the token? Now I'm looking at a thing here that says golden token. I have no idea what that is. Okay, now I'm looking at a set token here. Let's see what that does. It's really difficult to read because it's minified. Ah, I've got you. Right, okay, cool. Okay. So you can see that we do have a thing called token here. Now, if we just search for token, I'll make it lowercase. Okay, that's cool. I'm happy. So what we'll do then is the following. On our API Explorer here, I'm going to just say let token is empty. And I think I'll take these and move them upstairs. Okay, and then when the page loads, we don't even need to set the token. Everything's cool because the token is empty. So if I do a little something like the following, set timeout, and then just wait 2 seconds, and then alert, type of token. What happens is it loads, and then it alerts string. So we've 100% got our token working here. Okay. Now, the next thing that we're going to do though is, do you see where it says your current token? If we go back up to this request type thing that we had, where it says ID is request type, we've now got this token value element here. So we're going to head to prep modal, and we're going to say const token value element is document get element by ID. It's called token value, and we're going to say that token value element dot inner HTML equals token. So that means that when this thing opens up, our current token shows up. Now, just to prove that it really does work, I'll say current token is super cool, and if we open it up, you can see that it says super cool. So that is another thing off the list. Okay. Now, what else can we do? Alright, I think the next thing I'm going to do is I'm going to build the ability to set or remove tokens on the top right hand side. Okay. So this is where it says token stuff, you know. So let me get a swig of water. Actually, it's really dark in here. Have you ever been sitting in a room and then suddenly realised that you're in the dark? Hold on. Realise that you're in the dark? Hold on. Just get the lights on here. Yeah, there's certain things that you can do with ChatGPT, but there's certain things that you have to do yourself, you know. We're definitely not having our jobs taken away yet. Apologies for my phone noise, that was me. Okay. Just checking my emails here, seeing what that was. Latest phone bill has arrived. I don't even know if I want to look at it. Alright, we're good. So let's move onwards and upwards, and we'll get this thing on the top right hand side working. Alright. Well, so we're going to look at the thing that says token stuff here, and we're going to add in this vibe here. So if I just do this, right, now let's just inspect this and see what it actually looks like. Oh, come on, where's my wee arrow? You know, it's the simple things. Ah, there you go. Right, so this is a thing called token status. Here we've got a little paragraph with an input. In here it looks like we've got a button. Okay, cool. Now what happens if you set a token? It says token is set. Right, okay, that's cool. So let's do this then, right? Now what did we just have? We had three things, so if we say right, let's just say div times 3. So this one is going to have an ID of token status. Then here we've got our input field. So did we give it a name? Let's check. Okay, we gave it an ID of input token. So I'm going to just echo form input. I'll call it input token. We'll keep it empty. And we'll just say let's have an array with an ID assigned to input token. Anything else? Let's see. We've got enter authorization token. So that's going to be placeholder assigned to enter authorization token. Do we have dots or anything? No, we don't. So we just keep it like that. There you go. Now on the next one here, of course, we're going to have the form button. You know, looking at this, we probably don't even need these divs now that I'm looking at this. I reckon we can say span ID is token status. I reckon we can probably get rid of this. We can probably do something like that. Maybe even a wee token attribute thing to make it look nicer. And just say it like this way. Why not, you know? And then that means that because we've done that, we can now just simply say token attribute. And it's just a wee bit better on the old eyeballs, do you know what I mean? So there we go. Pretty cool, pretty cool. The joys of web development in full formation. So now we're going to just add in a submit button. Now how did we do this one? On click set token. That's what we done. So we're just going to echo form button. I'll call it, what did we call it? I'll call it set token button. The text is going to say set token. And we'll just have a little, oh, hang on. Set token attributes. Now let's work this one out. So set token attributes. We will have on click equals set token, like that. And then we'll have set token attribute. Do we need anything else? I think that's it. So here we are. And so what we're going to do then is a little bit of style magic. In fact, I've got a better idea. Let's give this an ID of top right hand side. Okay. So let's say that the top right hand side is going to have a display type of flex flex direction is row, align items as center, justify content is space between. So that gives us this. Now, let's say if we happen to be talking about this with a button, then the width, minimum width, is max content. So you can see that our button's now cool here, right? And then we'll say margin is 0. There you go. Now, I'll quickly jump over and do a wee bit of JavaScript here. So on prep modal, do you see how we've got this token status here? So I'm going to say const token status element is document get element by ID of token status. Now let's just say const token status content. We'll do one of those ternary operators, and we're going to say that if the token is equivalent to nothing, then just like we've got on the original here, we've got token not set, like that. But if we do set a token, we've got token is set. Then we're simply going to say token status element inner HTML is the token status content. So now well, actually it only works when we it's put it at the wrong bit. Hold on. I think I might have two token status things, you know that? So there's one there. Hold on. Yeah, that's token value, not token status. Ah, I've got you. So it's token status element. There you go. Alright, here we go. So when I open it, you see that it says token not set there. Now, this part here, this part right here, I'm going to call that update token status. Actually, update token status element. And the reason why I'm putting it in a separate thing is because as soon as the page loads, I want it to invoke that. So that means that as soon as the page loads, you'll see that it says token not set there. Another thing is our token status here. It could do with a wee bit of styling, you know. So maybe here. So we'll just say token status minimum width is max content. Background color red. Alright. I don't quite know why that's not behaving the way that I would like it to. So let me look at this top row thing here. Width. Okay. So if I said flex grow 1, not sure if I'm into that. Let's look at this thing. So this is our input underscore token. Alright. Oops. So token status minimum width max content. Right, starting to get there. Good. Okay, now what else can we do? I don't like the way that this has got an underscore. It's an inconsistency and it bothers me. All right, nice. All right, cool. So, what we do now? Right, the token status is going to have a margin, right, of 3 pixels. Somebody left a comment, says lots of time. What does that mean? Do you think I'm taking a long time with this? You think I'm taking a long time, do you? Well, why don't you try it yourself? Because I think I'm going quite fast. Anyway, the input token, and then of course we've got our set token button. I'm going to give that an ID. Okay. So it's set token button And I'll just make sure that we do have a gig. There it is. And if I just say border 1 pix var primary solid, oh, hang on. All right. All right, you get the idea. Now, let's get the font sizes sorted for this stuff. So we're going to say that input token and the set token button are going to have font size of 12 pixels. Now we'll take this border out. Oh ho 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 ho! Well, don't that look quite good? Alright, so we'll say background colour is that. So watch the top right. Boom, do you see how it's went really bright now? Now we're going to hover. And when we hover, we want it to go just a wee bit darker, but not much. So we'll inspect. And the vibe is you just grab, move down a wee bit. Simple as that. Alright. That's awesome. That is really, really great. I'm loving it. Okay, so that is our top right hand side looking fantastic. Now I'm going to go back to my to-do list. Did we knock anything off the list there? Build the ability to set and remove tokens. Right, we can definitely create that. So what I'll do, just for the purposes of clarity here, is I'm going to temporarily add in a little set interval. I'm just going to say token is. So we're going to have this thing that every second reminds us what the token is, right? Now, when this runs, this is going to run a thing called set token. So let's say function set token. Now we're going to look at this thing here, and you can see that we've got const input token element is document get element by ID of input token. And then we're just going to say token equals input token element dot value. Simple as that. So now if I go like this and I set the token to ABC set, you can see that it now says token is ABC. But of course the other thing that we want to do is then say that the input token element dot value is empty. So if we go like this, ABC set token, now it says ABC. Now is that how it works on the original one? Let me just check. It is how it works. Okay, now again I'm going to just go like that, set. And the other thing that we want to do is update the token status element. You see this right here? So we're going to just say update token status element. So if I go like this, watch the bit that says token not set. Boom, token is set. Now I'm going to set token, token is not set. Perfect, right? Now I'm going to say hello and then open. Now unfortunately it says your current token is ASDFs. I have no idea where it's getting that from. So this is a thing by the name of token value. I have no idea where that came from. ABC get, so it does say ABC. If we say 1 2 3 set 1 2 3, then I'll just say set again. It says current token is none. Current token is set. There it is. That's it. So if I clear this, token is not set, and it's not set. Right, that's it. So that's another thing off of the old to-do list, and what a massive to-do list it is. I'll do a wee git commit here. Cool. All right. Now, I must admit my energy levels are starting to get a wee bit low here. Holy moly, this stuff certainly goes on, doesn't it? I mean, we're effectively building a kind of swagger alternative, and somebody left a comment and said tons of time. I don't know what that means, you know, but if you think you can do it faster, be my guest. Because I've written this from scratch. I started yesterday, remember? And we are not playing the game of Mickey Mouse here, you know? The game of Mickey Mouse. The game of patty cake, even. So, yeah, man, I'm pretty happy with this, you know? So what would be the next thing that we would have to do? Well, let's look at the list here. And let's just see if there's anything. My energy's really crashing here. So what would be the easy stuff? Getting it look nice on a mobile would be quite easy. That would be quite easy. URL segments, that'll be difficult. Funnily enough, no, that's not easy. Get response body working, get the header values working. I think that's actually, my energy's going a wee bit. I think I might have a wee bit of a cold coming on, actually. I can kind of feel it, you know. So I wonder if I should wrap this up here. I don't know. Well, I'll tell you what, let's see if we can at least get it looking somewhat decent on a mobile. Right, you see this size here? I reckon that the top right hand side should just go. If some idiot's viewing it on a mobile phone or something, I just can't help you, you know. So let's do a little media query thing. I don't think I've done any media queries yet, but we'll do one now. So we're going to say minimum width, I'll say 1 pixel. Now let's take the top right hand side and we'll just say that display type is none. Now by the way, as things stand, our display type is flex. Keep that in mind. So as we go to a tiny screen size, we get this vibe, right? But when we get beyond, let's say 640, then our display type goes back to flex, you know. So there we go. Do you know what? Maybe I've done this the wrong way around. Who cares about the logo? So let's just, yeah, let's do it with that way. What the heck am I thinking of? I should have done that. So, copy, selector. Right, so that's the bit that's display of none. It's the logo that goes. So if we're on a tiny wee phone, everything is perfect. I think that's the way to do this. But what we could also do though is we could say that the top right hand side, well, let's just see what we can do here. We'll say border 1 pix yellow solid, and could we say flex grow 1? Yes, we could. Could we then take this stuff here and say align items flex end? No, we couldn't. Okay. Could we say align self right? No. I've got it. Could we say justify content flex end? Damn. Could we say align items flex end? That wouldn't help. I know, I've got the wrong one. It would be top row justify content flex end. There you go. That's what we're talking about. That's what we're talking about. So that would go like that, and then when we get to the bigger size, we would then say that the thing here gets a display of block, and justify content gets space between. That's the style. So now we get this vibe. And in fact, I'll even make it 778. Okay, so when that goes like this, there you go. And that is perfect. All right. git add all git commit all right. The comment, tons of time, referred to the fact that it was getting dark without us noticing. Well, thank you very much, Kokoras, and it's good to see you again. Folks, I reckon I could nail this in 2 days, and this is day 2. I've only been here for 4 hours, and I think if I did a 12-hour session, I could nail it. But I have to tell you, I'm feeling a wee bit rough, and believe it or not, I'm starting a new job tomorrow. Been hired, my first job since 2018, if you think about it. In fact, if you're talking about turning up in an office type thing, maybe about since 2015. So tomorrow's a really, really big day for me. And I have to confess, I'm feeling a wee bit rough here. So, I think I might just blow the whistle there for now. And maybe this is going to drag on till... Now, let's be completely conservative here. First of all, I think I'm doing a lot, given the time frame. Show me who else is building one of these things live, you know? So I think that we're doing not too bad, and I don't want to torture myself over this. But on the other hand, my energy level's just a wee bit low here. So let's assume that tomorrow I'm loaded with a cold. I could probably get that working. Okay, I reckon I can get everything above that line done in 1 day. So all of that stuff, I should be able to get that done in 1 day. And then all of this stuff, round about here, I reckon I should be able to get that done in 2 days. If I'm unlucky, it'll take 3. But when that's done, what does it mean? Well, we already have an API explorer that's kind of cool, but it has a lot of craziness that's non-standard. So when we do this, we can have a kind of standardized API explorer that follows industry-wide conventions. Plus, we've got the ability to do these parameters things, and it's a whole lot easier. Don't you think it's easier? I reckon. So I think that is going to be great, you know. I'm feeling quite good about this, actually. Okay. So with your permission, I think I'm going to just blow the whistle and go and get some sleep, because I'm feeling rough, and I really hope that I'm okay for this job. It's an okay day today. We got 1 star, but let's face it, it's nothing great, you know. We continue to be sanctioned, perhaps rightly so. Anyway, thank you folks for being here. I hope that this has had some value. I am going to continue this, and I'm going to just build the whole thing live. Why not? Why not, you know? I say we just do it live. And can you believe it? Holy moly, you crazy rock and roller with a staggering... I can hardly even read it. Well, pound value, dollar value, probably about $100. Donation, Icelandic, is it Icelandic, ICK, is it Icelandic? It's not Corona, is it? Icelandic, with an incredible... I should know after all of these donations you've given me, gear. Krona, Icelandic krona, that's right. With a staggering 15,000 Icelandic krona, the great gear Thank you so much, Gia. You can consider yourself a producer of today's show. Thank you so much. You have no idea how much that means to me. I was on just the day before the others showing people my account and all of that, and I really, really appreciate it. Hopefully, if this job works out, I won't need to get donations much more. Thank you so much, Gia. All right. Well, I really appreciate that. What a way to end the stream. Okay, well, hopefully I'll be all right. That's certainly given me a spring in my step. Thank you so much once again, folks, and I will see you hopefully next time. We're going to do the whole thing live, by the way. The whole thing, start to finish. Okay, thanks again. Thanks again to our special, you know what the heck, let's call him an executive producer, the great Gia from up there in Iceland. Thank you so much, folks. Take care, and I'll see you soon. Bye.